meeting of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education. Mr. Bing, would you please take the roll?
I think that's me today.
Jeez, it's so nice to have our
Got
interim
some fresh
BA,
eyes in
Ms.
here
Renaud.
today.
Would you please take the roll?
Absolutely. Board Member Bennett. Board Member Brown.
Here.
Board Member Callahan.
Here.
Board Member Higgins.
Here.
Board Member Kapadia.
Here.
Board Member Meyer, or
Here.
Board President Meyer, rather.
Still here.
Board Member Nair.
Here.
Board Member Sackett Gable.
Here.
Board Member Stefan.
Here.
Awesome, we have a quorum.
Good. Please stand if you're able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please take notice, adequate notice of this meeting. Oh, Ms. Renaud, would you? Okay, beautiful. Feedback heavy over here. Adequate notice this meeting was sent from the Office of the Secretary of the Board on July 22nd, 2026 to the Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, Tappan Tasoma, and Village Green. We have a long evening ahead of us. We are starting 2 hours early for a very specific reason. Traditionally, in the summer, we hold two different retreats to look at the results of our board self-evaluation, as well as start developing the annual goals for the board and the district. And today is the first of those two goal-setting procedures. In order to help us and structure the conversation, we have our New Jersey School Board Association Field Service Rep, Jean Cleary. Jean's going to be guiding us through the results of our board self-evaluation, how to interpret it, and how to apply that toward development of our ongoing board goals, as we also review our prior year's board goals and how we actually achieve them. And so we are going to be stepping off of the dais and stepping off camera for the next 2 hours or so to conduct that process. We're then going to come back and we're going to honor our CHS fencing team, which is very exciting. Then we're going to step into executive session. That's going to bring us to approximately 7:30 when we will pick up with our regular July board meeting. So we're going to step off in just a moment, but I do have to acknowledge that tonight is an auspicious moment for our board and for Jean Cleary, because this is, per my understanding, the very last official act that Ms. Cleary has before she retires from her service at the New Jersey School Board Association. I don't know what that means as far as the presentation she's going to give us tonight, frankly, but it's our hope that maybe we can sweeten her up ahead of time. So, Jean, we have a couple token gifts we'd like to give you to thank you so much for your service to our board and to the broader community that you've served. And without further ado, we're going to retire to our conference area in the back, and we'll be returning to the dais to then adjourn to executive session at approximately 6:30. Okay? Thanks, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for joining us at the meeting. We are coming back into public televised status. We've just had 2 hours worth of a board retreat to discuss our board self-evaluation and board annual goals. And we are now very excited to have a celebration and a ring ceremony for our boys and girls CHS fencing team. And I would like to turn the floor over to our athletic director, Ms. Winstead, to discuss further.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome, students, parents, families, coaches, Thank you, board members. Thank you, Principal Sanchez, who is on his way, Superintendent Bing, and our district leaders. Also would like to welcome our lovely coaches up front. I would like to congratulate the girls and boys Fenton team for their hard work, dedication, and sacrifice throughout the successful season during the 2025-2026 season. Our boys team won the North Jersey Sectional State Championship. And the girls team not only won the North Jersey Sectional State Championship, but they are the NJSIAA state champions. Again, they are New Jersey Interscholastic state champions. I would also like to congratulate our coaches, again, for their hard work, dedication, and care. We have Coach Marie Legier, Coach Cam, our first-year coach, and Coach White, who's been here for over 20 years for Columbia High School. So we're going to be really quick with this. This is our ring ceremony because we have, because of your hard work and dedication. I'm sorry, I'm kind of like tilt the wrong way, but I'm going to go this way. Does this move? Oh, it moves. Nobody told me that. Okay, so with that being said, we're going to be very fast in our name calling. We're going to have our photo shoot outside so the board members can get to work during the summer session. We will have you come up. You cannot look at the rings yet. We're going to do it all at one time, all right? Coach White is going to start off with the boys.
First young man is Sander Beckerman. Not here.
He's a senior, so he's not here.
Zach Coulter.
We're going to be mailing it to their parents.
Nat Eads. Luca Insero. Kai Quabriat. Julian Quabriat.
They're brothers if you didn't know.
Benji Cohol. Gareth Krecky.
He's a senior as well.
Ethan Lavin. Henry O'Brien. Emeka Onuka. Yes, and Liam Wojciechowski.
You're going to open the box? No. For the girls, I'd like to call up Carol Aguila. Elka Bach. Samara Berg. She's here. Lillian Clark. Chloe Fraser. I don't think she's here. Talia Goldberg. Zoe Movahead. She's not here. Sophia Plaza. Sanvi Rohatki. Simone Single. Malia Valentine. And Sonia Zanobi.
If Mr. Sanchez can come up with me as we present the rings to our coaches. And Mr. Bing. Robert White.
There he is.
Marie Legier. Cameron Swervin. Jason Bing. Mr. Sanchez. Hey, you gotta present me. You gotta present mine.
Athletic Director, Ms. Winstead.
All right. We're gonna do one big picture. We're on a count of three. I'm gonna say three. Three. You're gonna open up. Get ready to open. Could board members come on up, please? Come up. Don't open it yet. Let's go, board members. Let's go. Don't open it yet. Just take the lid off the top of the box.
Wait, and I'm taking correct.
Wait. Get it. Wait. All right, everybody in the picture? Squeeze in. All right. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, Columbia Boys and Girls Fenton team. Thank you, board members. Thank you, Mr. Bing. Let's go take pictures in the hallway, everybody. Let's go. Let's proceed.
That was probably the best part of our meeting. However, we do have a lot left, so we're going to dig into the rest. I will now entertain a motion for us to enter executive session as permitted under the Open Public Meetings Act to discuss personnel, legal, and miscellaneous confidential matters. No formal action will be taken. Do I have a motion? Board Member Callahan, do I have a second? Board Member Steffen. All in favor? Show of hands. It's unanimous. The board will enter executive session at 6:45 p.m. and will be returning to public session. Any action resulting from our discussions will be taken in public session. We'll see you back here shortly. Back to order. The time is 7:35 p.m. and the board is now back in public session. Thank you for joining us tonight. Our next item on the agenda is to approve our board meeting minutes. We have minutes from the executive and special meeting minutes from June 11th and the executive and regular board meeting minutes from June 25th of 2026. Do I have a motion to approve? Board Member Callahan, do I have a second? Board Member Sackett Gable. All in favor, show of hands. All right, I think that's a unanimous vote. All right. We now will turn directly to our superintendent update, and I will hand it over to Superintendent Bing.
I do want to start off by just quickly memorializing a couple of our wonderful staff who we lost recently. Two of our former elementary teachers, both retired, Marianne Murray and Sandra F. Prince. For Sandra, she began her employment with the district in 1988, serving first at Clinton Elementary and then later at Marshall School. She retired in 2009 after 21 years of service to the district. She passed away on July 3rd, 2026. Our best wishes go to her family, and we thank Sandra for her wonderful service to our community and most importantly to our students. Mary Ellen worked at Clinton and South Mountain. She started in the fall of 1995 at Clinton. She then took a sabbatical and went to South Mountain Annex, and she retired in 2019. Again, our prayers and thoughts go out to her family, and again, we thank them for their wonderful service and their many accomplishments and everything that they gave to our kids in South Orange and Maplewood. So please keep them in your thoughts moving forward. Very quickly, we want to talk about the new Columbia High School and middle school schedule for 2026-27. In regards to Columbia High School, beginning this school year, Columbia High School will implement a revised rotating block schedule designed to provide students with longer instructional periods while maintaining daily opportunities to engage in a variety of courses. The schedule consists of 4 rotating days, A, B, C, and D, with students attending 6 instructional periods each day. Class periods will meet for 71 minutes, allowing for deeper instruction, laboratory activities, collaborative learning, and project-based work once a week. The remaining 3 class periods will meet for 46 minutes, providing balanced instructional time across all courses. Each instructional period rotates throughout the 4-day cycle so that no class is consistently assigned to the same time of day. Students will continue to have a 45-minute period lunch with 4-minute transition times between classes to allow for movement throughout the building. The school day concludes with a 30-minute conference period, providing dedicated time for students to receive academic support, meet with teachers, make up assessments, participate in enrichment opportunities, or engage in other school-related activities. The revised bell schedule is intended to maximize instructional time, increase flexibility for teaching and learning, support social-emotional wellness with less transitions, and create additional opportunities for individualized student support while maintaining a predictable and balanced daily schedule. In regards to our middle school, we firmly believe that middle school is a time for exploration and discovery. So beginning next year, just like our current 7th and 8th graders, our 6th grade middle schoolers will move from a trimester schedule to a semester schedule. Again, as I noted, current 7th and 8th graders already have a semester schedule. Students will continue to participate in related arts courses throughout middle school, and their schedules will remain very similar to what they have experienced in the past. However, instead of selecting certain related art courses, students will be assigned courses so that by the end of 8th grade, they have experienced all of the related course offerings available in the district. Many students enter high school having experienced only a limited number of related arts offering during middle school. By providing all students with exposure to each area, we can help them discover new interests and make more informed decisions about high school electives and future academic opportunities. This model will provide students with experiences in art, 2D and 3D art, STEM, drama or dance, investigations, band, chorus, orchestra, and world language. World language will continue to include an element of student choice. Students will have exposure to both Spanish and Chinese in 6th grade before selecting the language they wish to continue studying. Beginning in 7th grade, students will choose their Spanish or Chinese and continue their study of that language through middle school and hopefully high school as well. Part of the new Columbia High School schedule is a common lunch period, that is one lunch period, which will provide all approximately 2,000 Columbia High School students with lunch, at the same time creating a shared community experience while offering greater flexibility and fewer transitions throughout the school day. Sophomores, juniors, and seniors will continue to have the privilege of leaving campus for lunch, helping to reduce the number of students dining in the cafeteria at any one time. For those who choose to stay on campus, they will eat in the cafeteria, the main gym, or the new Alumni Commons. All administrators will be on duty daily during the common lunch, and we will monitor the 3 lunch areas. We are purchasing additional cafeteria tables for cafeteria, picnic tables for Ritzer, and cafe tables for the halls outside of the cafeteria for students who are looking for a quieter area. In addition, juniors and seniors who study hall rotates adjacent to their lunch period will have the opportunity to enjoy a long lunch, providing additional time for meals, collaboration with peers, appointments, or academic support. Our food service provider, Pomptonian, has extensive experience successfully operating common lunch models and has been an active partner in planning for this transition. Students will be able to order lunches in the morning and pick up their meals at a new grab-and-go section. We have also collaborated with neighboring high schools that have successfully implemented unified lunch periods, allowing CHS to incorporate proven practices and ensure that the model is both operationally sound and beneficial for all students. Paraprofessional transition, as you know, we've transitioned to the Delta T group from our ESS. Just a quick update on July 9th, Delta T group representatives met with our special services administrators to discuss the transition and dispel misinformation that has been circling. They were also joined by board member Callahan and the CPAC board. Our representatives emphatically conveyed their desire to retain all paraprofessionals that the district sought to keep and reiterated that the pay range for SOMSD paraprofessionals will be between $20 and $22 an hour. Since that meeting, the district has provided Delta T the names of the paraprofessionals that building leaders would like to retain. To that extent, we have the contact information for those paraprofessionals. As they are not our employees, it was provided so that Delta T could personally reach out to recruit them. The district has also scheduled 3 dates for parent focus groups where the Delta T group will continue to entertain any questions and concerns from our stakeholders. Those meetings are scheduled for August 11th, August 17th, and August 20th. The district has offered in-person and virtual as well during the day and in the evening to accommodate all schedules and preferences. A Google form was circulated to the community through a PowerSchool blast as well as via CPAC to ensure that we are reaching as many stakeholders as possible. We are limiting our town hall meetings to 15 to 20 people per session. I currently have around 50 stakeholders who have expressed interest, so we will have manageable groups and don't need to turn anyone away. The district also held recruitment events on July 16th, July 23rd, and July 30th, where Delta T representatives were present to provide information on transferring from ESS to Delta and continuing to serve in SOMSD. These recruitment events were held at Marcia and Columbia High School in an effort to reach as many paraprofessionals as possible, since a number of them are currently working our extended school year. A flyer was placed on our district website and shared with CPAC to release on the website and social media accounts. As of today, Delta T has a total of 166 paraprofessionals ready to start in September, which includes those current paraprofessionals who have expressed interest. We're around about an 85-93% rate of fill. Delta T group continues to recruit those paras in self-contained classrooms that our leadership specifically noted. They have been reaching out to, and they'll continue their recruitment throughout the next month. Facilities and infrastructure. So for South Orange Maplewood School District, effective facilities management is essential to ensure a safe, comfortable, and modern learning environment. With the completion of the 2019 bond, critical infrastructure, including HVAC and air filtration systems, secure entry points, additional learning spaces, and intercom fire alarm systems have been addressed throughout the district. Because public school buildings are heavily utilized and serve as a civic hub, or often emergency shelters, and too often facilities are the first item to be reduced from the yearly development of a balanced budget, we must continually maintain and upgrade aging facility infrastructures moving forward. Upgraded facilities like improved HVAC systems, advanced technology, and dedicated adult workspaces often reduce stress, enhance academic performance, and boost community morale. With this in mind, the district will be presenting a detailed facility improvement plan for bonding in the 2026-27 school year. This bond will include, but not be limited to, hallway improvements in our schools, bathroom and classroom modernization, richer field improvements, security vestibule completion, playground improvements, ADA compliance, and fencing for safety, and many other long overdue products. Please look for that detailed list within the next 2 weeks as we move forward with this initiative to ensure that our facilities fully respect not only our community, but also our students and our staff. Finally, we wanted to clarify one of the issues that came up at our last board meeting around trips to Israel. We want to really be clear on this matter that with regard to the staff trips planned to Israel, the district has not sponsored, funded, or endorsed any such trips. Several of our staff have accepted educational training opportunities on a personal basis and plan to take personal days during that time. While the district has not endorsed those trips, neither are we in any position to forbid the actions of our employees in their personal capacities. Moreover, our administrators and teachers are highly educated professionals who possess the judgment and critical thinking skills necessary to thoughtfully engage with diverse perspectives and educational experiences. We trust them to engage with diverse perspectives without being captured by any single narrative. I do want to point out that being in education today means navigating some unprecedented challenges, from escalating classroom demands to the emotional weight of supporting students through turbulent times. Recognizing the immense strain this places on our staff's mental health and professional growth, our district is deeply committed to supporting every opportunity for teachers to connect with peers statewide, nationally, and globally. Engaging in these professional exchanges allows educators to share vital experiences, trade innovative strategies, and find their community. The fostering of these local, national, and global connections is essential during these very, very challenging times. Oh, you?
Okay. I think, do we now have a presentation regarding our transportation? Yep, we're going to throw it right back to you here. Unless you want a break. It's ready to go.
We did want to give a brief update around transportation. As we all know, on this dais, the district has struggled with transportation for some time now. We've recently hired a new director of transportation who has brought routing in-house. So we do want to share some of the changes that we hope are going to make a positive impact moving into the 26-27 school year, and also to make sure that everybody knows that we are being very critical stewards of our transportation moving forward, and making sure that we have a checks and balances system in place so we're not repeating past infractions or past mistakes. Go ahead, Keith. Just a quick reminder, we have new school start and end times starting in September. Again, these school start and end times were vital to our new transportation system and our three-tiered system. It did enable us to take around 13 to 15 buses off the road and also allow us to be a little more efficient with how we use our current bus fleet. Go ahead, Keith. So some of the things we have announced during 25-26, we've heard the challenges. We've been very lucky to have our transportation parents email and attend meetings and let us know what was happening. I think we've been reactive to those issues. I'd rather be proactive, but in last year's case, we had to be reactive. We've heard what those issues were. We're hoping that some of these changes, such as implementing a true three-tier system, putting in more time between tiers to allow buses to make appropriate pickup times, having a better tracking system for our families. We are making that change as well, which we'll note a little while. Also optimizing technology that is out there, so our own transportation department has the resource to track all bus routes via computer screen, via GPS, which they never had in the past, and also giving parents a better user experience for tracking their students on their routes via GPS as well. And we've also made an effort to move to actually to minimize the amount of vendors that we currently partner with around buses, because that has really caused an issue for quite some time. So we are now down to about 2 vendors that we are using for our general routes, which should significantly help communication between our drivers. Go ahead, Keith. So as I noted, our new system, TransFinder, allows our transportation crew to design, review, and manage student transportation routes in a safer, efficient, and more data-driven manner. One, it centralizes data all in one place. For the last decade, we have relied on drivers to call the office in regards to challenges or issues or roads closed or anything that have popped up. At this point, starting next year, we're able to use technology and GPS to actually track those routes in real time. We're able to maximize vehicle efficiency and control stop locations. For example, if we had 2 stops on one street moving into the 26-27 school year, we have combined those stops. So we're trying to be more efficient with our pickup times and also make sure we're in full compliance with New Jersey state regulations and our own district policies. We also will be able to have more key analytics with TransFinder, which will be able to evaluate our travel times, our route distances in a much more efficient manner, as well as our bus capacities. Go ahead, Keith. So as I noted previously, we have transitioned to a 3-tier model, which is one of the main reasons for the school start and stop time changes. This really provides the district just a great amount of flexibility to adapt our routes and also make sure that we are keeping up with enrollment changes throughout the school year and also mitigating the many traffic delays and other common daily operational challenges that occur on a bus route. This should help us maintain long-term operational sustainability and predictability, which has been an issue for us for quite some time. Hi, Keith. So right now, all dry runs have been completed by Bel Air and our transportation department. Next step will be our bus partners doing dry runs solo. That will start within the next week. We have ongoing and actively managed our South Mountain School shuttle request. That is still up and running. Out of district routes, all students have been placed in our new TransFinder system for the first time. And also Wayfinder is expected to be delivered to our district the 3rd week of August. That means we are getting the new upgraded tablets that our drivers will have that will not only provide sub-drivers with the route, so they could easily have GPS at their fingertips to accommodate new routes. It also will allow us to track them and allow our parents to have better tracking of their own children. August 15th, which is an important date, Power School System goes live with the 26-27 bus routes. Currently, and this is ever changing, we're at about 1,527 students taking advantage of our transportation. We are actively routing them now. This does include our out-of-district students as well. And we do want to just make a quick reminder that as of this year's budget, we are not providing courtesy busing for our pre-K students. Go ahead, Keith. We did want this disclaimer. Sandra urged me to put this disclaimer in. The transportation information presented reflects current planning assumptions. Final bus routes, stop locations, and pickup drop-off times will be determined based on student enrollment, eligibility, routing efficiencies, and operational considerations. For example, we are still routing incoming kindergartners, still being routed. So some of this may change moving forward. We do want to note, as we go through some examples of routing, that please disregard the colors on the map. The colors on the map do not correspond with the bus colors assigned by the schools. So if anyone on the dais has a question about colors, they will be asked to leave the dais, take their things, and just complete humiliation. So you're going to see a lot of colors on these. That is part of TransFinder. Those colors are just different routes. That is it. They do not correspond to the color that you were assigned by your school. So again, TransFinder has colors that are just in the program, and all the different colors do are represent the different routes. They do not correlate to your colored bus routes that are assigned to your kids by their school. So for example, you will see our Clinton bus routes on the screen. Clinton has, I believe, no, Clinton is second. They're behind Marshall. Marshall has the most buses, Clinton is second. So you'll see you'll see Clinton is currently running 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 routes. Those are the 7 different colors that you see in the map. We made a concerted effort this year for our early starting schools not to pick up students before 7:15 in the morning. Last year we had stops, pickup times for elementary starting at 7:07. So we made some good strides in regarding pushing back that first pickup time. Go ahead, Keith. Again, the van routes that you note are for our special services. You will see what we really made an attempt at doing this year. Keith, you can go back to the gen ed routes real quick. The slide before. We try to avoid major highways. If you do see buses crossing each other again, that means a bus was at capacity. So we had to put another bus on that route. That's the only reason why you may see some crossing. It's when buses are at capacity. And right now, automatically, they are at capacity. We cannot overbook. By law, we're not allowed to overbook, anticipating that students will not use transportation. So if a bus route or bus was at capacity, then we had to put another bus into place. So that's where you may see some crossing on the gen ed routes. But we have made it just an intentional effort not to have buses going across town, trying to avoid major streets. We do not have any buses running for more than 35 minutes this year at all. Last year we had buses running for 45, 50 minutes at a time. We don't have any buses going over 35 minutes. Go ahead, Keith. Again, our van routes are for our students with special services. So unlike our general education routes, we're only dealing with 1 to 2 vendors, mostly one vendor. We're dealing with multiple vendors in regards to special education. We're also dealing with multiple vendors in regards to our out-of-district often, and we are utilizing vans. For our students that are in our schools, for our special services programming, they will experience the same, the same vendor or less vendors than our out-of-district students. That is something hard for us to control because usually the out-of-district school has some control over that process of transportation and is a large partner in it. So we use a variety of vendors for out-of-district students. Go ahead, Keith. You'll see something similar to DLE Bolden, about 4 routes. The different colors represent the different routes. You will see from this view that we tried to cluster, unlike last year. So if you took a look at last year's routes, they were all over the place. You'll see some sort of cluster pattern as we move forward through the schools. Go ahead, Keith. Again, the van routes for our special services children. When we talk about routes, that may be at the 35-minute mark. They may be some of the vans because you have to go across town to pick up students. But I would say we're at about 85% of our routes are less than 30 minutes this year, which is a huge improvement over the last 10 years. Go ahead, Keith. Again, Marshall, you'll see the different colors representing different bus routes. You'll also see a pattern of hubs as well. You'll see their van routes next. Again, as I noted, Marshall and Clinton are our two biggest busing district schools, sorry. Go ahead, Keith. And these are our van routes for Marshall as well. You'll see the van routes for schools such as Clinton and Seth Boyden being the highest, and South Mountain, simply because South Mountain holds our ML program, so does Clinton, and Clinton also holds many of our autistic programming as well in district. Go ahead, Keith. Seth Boyden, as you note, again, different colors, different bus routes. So you'll see bright green, that is one bus. You'll see the red, that is one bus. Go ahead, Keith. Vans you'll see, again, our special services. You can go ahead, Keith, through them. I think there's a last slide. Go ahead, Keith. Go ahead. That's it. So just to give you a quick perspective of what our software looks like moving forward. So for us, our next steps are, we presented this to our board. Our next steps will be meeting, the date slips my mind, it may be August 5th, I don't know why that's coming to my mind, but August 5th with our Transportation Advisory Council to go over these revised routes once more before we finalize them and get them out to our families. So we provided a draft earlier this month. We got really great feedback from our community members, our board members, and our Transportation Advisory Committee. So we made some tweaks, which was the results I just shared with everybody. So then we'll go back to our TAC one more time and go through every route. And then we'll publish these routes August 15th as we know. Whew. August 6th instead of the 5th. Got to be careful here. Any moment, this is my day, my daily.
Thank you, Mr. Bing. With the understanding that this is a draft and we will expect to see some more changes between now and when the school year begins, are there any questions or comments? Board Member Brown.
Yes, thank you. And I don't know how this compares to the data that the board was set before. It sounds like you made some changes. But I just want to point out that in the data that we were sent, 25 of the 35 routes were 30 minutes or more. And what I'm concerned about is that I just did some spot checking to see, like, okay, they were estimating that from this stop to this stop, it's 3 minutes. And then when I Googled how long does it take to drive from that stop to this stop, it was 2 minutes. And so that your estimate is giving 1 minute for a child to get on the bus, sit down, or multiple children to get on a bus, sit down. So I'm a little bit worried that we're not estimating correctly between stops, and the 25 routes that we have that are 30 minutes or more are going to all of a sudden become 45 minutes. So I just want to make sure that we're accounting for stops appropriately.
So those both were changed as part of this. We've got some of the feedback that we utilized. We changed the loading time for kids, and we also made some tweaks to lower, as I noted, the amount of buses that were at 35 minutes. Yep.
What are you estimating for the loading time?
I'll check. I know we literally just met with Bel Air and tweaked it last. Yeah. So she finished driving those routes with Bel Air, and that was an issue that came up. And then on the feedback we received, that was also an issue that popped up. Yep.
Other questions? Board Member Bennett?
I had a question about the use of the term three-tier system. As I understand it, most of the buses we're having aren't literally running 3 tiers where they go to an early start elementary school, a middle school or high school, and then a late start elementary school. Like, don't we have less need for middle school and high school busing? So won't a lot of buses be serving an early start elementary school and then like picking up kids for the late start elementary school?
I can provide the breakdown for how many buses we're utilizing per tier.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's
it's
no
not
problem.
literally 3 tiers for all buses, so
Yeah,
if parents
we
are
can
wondering
provide
about
that to
that.
Other questions? Board Member Callahan.
Just to pivot back really quickly to what Board Member Brown had named, you went back to the loading time, you made changes to the loading time and tweaks to lower the amount of buses. I know that, were those routes run, I know you had said they had been run towards the end of the school year to account for school-based traffic, but if adjustments were made, how are you making account for like the lower traffic that occurs during the summer when
Yeah,
we're
so
doing
we
those
did
runs?
both. So she started, our transportation department started riding the dummy routes in May, and then we continued riding those during the summer. One of the suggestions from Sussex and also Bel Air was one of the notes that Board Member Brown just noted, that we had too few minutes for kids to load. So you'll see that reflected, and Sandra will break that down for you. But yeah, that was identified as a larger issue. And that was an issue last year for us, combined with the lack of time between tiers. I think last year was 12 to 15 minutes we had between tiers. It just caused a bit of a disaster.
Board Member Higgins.
Thank you for all that detail. I think it's very helpful to see. I wanted to just clarify when you said 35 minutes, is it that that is a goal or that is the expectation that every ride will be under?
Yeah.
That's the expectation.
That's when we started developing these routes, that was one of the guidelines or guardrails, not to go over 35 minutes.
Okay.
So we're not expecting any of our routes to be over 35 minutes. Obviously, if a huge accident occurs or something of that nature, but the daily routes should be under 35 minutes.
Okay,
Yep.
so to follow up with that, the ones that did show that they were over 35 minutes, are those the ones you're prioritizing to figure out how to get them underneath?
Yeah, we just made some changes this morning. We'll continue to make those changes moving forward. We got some good input from our co-op partner Sussex, who was able to tweak a couple of those runs to help
Okay,
get us
great.
under.
And then there was one route that was listed as a 0 for Boyden, so I'm wondering, is that like a placeholder, or what would be a 0 minutes, zero stops?
I'll check that for you.
Okay, not a huge deal, but.
What was it?
It was one of the Boyden buses. And then one last question. The out-of-district placements, my understanding is that we don't have, that is totally separate, right? The busing?
Correct.
Like, we don't have, that is not within the district's purview. So can you explain a little bit further about how the GPS of that will be working?
They will not.
I don't know if I picked it up.
Yeah,
Okay.
our out-of-district buses will not have GPS. It's too many vendors and too much of a cost at this point. We're dealing with anywhere from 7 to 15 vendors for out-of-district.
Right.
So it'll be quite difficult to put the GPS systems in there. Something we could explore moving forward. But right now, you're only looking at districts that are in district that will have the GPS
Okay.
capability.
Okay.
And just to follow up on that, I know that one of the key distinctions is that we happen to have a single contract with Bel Air that is allowing us to have all of our in-district routes under one vendor right now, and have been able to leverage that to bring in the ability to do the tablets, which I think is a thing that we've found capacity for pretty recently. I think that everyone in the community would love to be able to have that ability for out of district, where the distances are, of course, much greater and the kids' needs are likely much greater. So I guess, do we anticipate that's a thing we can look at trying to overcome as far as working with all the different vendors to get tablets in their hands?
Yeah, I mean, what's unique about out-of-district busing is often those buses have only 1 to 2 students on it, which also is something we have to consider when it comes to cost. That's why there's so many different vendors. So we are looking at what that may look like moving forward. Again, it's quite difficult with the different vendors because the vendors, as you noted, they have to agree. We only had 3 vendors last year that agreed when we put out the bid. And Bel Air has been a pretty solid partner for us, and they've agreed to do GPS. They do not do any other out of district. So that's also a struggle, getting the bus vendors to agree to do it.
Yeah. I guess as long as we can try to prioritize when we're looking at bidding next year, there's so much involved in the transportation bidding to look at, see if that could become part of those bids. Any other questions, Board Member Nair?
You may have covered this. Are all these routes, we've tested them, we've driven them?
On our end, Sandra has driven all those routes at Bel Air. So next step is going to be the drivers do solo on those routes, and then we get feedback from them. So it's another layer of feedback. And obviously the first 2 weeks, we're getting some pretty good feedback. This time we'll also have real-time GPS data, which is something we never had in the past. Yeah.
Anything else? Board Member Bennett.
In 2025-26, one reason some kids were picked up very early wasn't that their bus route was actually that long, but we had to leave the kids off at an early start elementary school in order to make the second tier. And we called that the Rooster program because the kids would be watched by an adult like in the auditorium. With the three-tier system, will we still need to have kids dropped off early at an early start school? And does this mean the end of our Rooster program?
Yeah, so with the changes in time, we won't need that as often as we did last year. We needed that quite a bit last year. We're in a much better place with the school changes.
That's a good thing to share with the public.
Anything else? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Let's throw it over to our Assistant Business Administrator, Ms. Renaud, for an update from the business office.
Good evening, everyone. I will keep it short and sweet so that we can move along with this agenda. Right now, the business office is fully engaged in all of the steps necessary to close out the 25-26 budget year. We want to ensure that all the invoices, everything coming in is charged properly to 25-26. And if we move forward too quickly with that, then we end up dipping into the 26-27 budget to purchase 25-26 items, which typically is not allowable. It needs to be charged to its proper year. So we are in the throes of doing that. In addition, we're also in the throes of opening 26-27, setting up all accounts, executing all of the contracts that have been awarded by the board, whether they be through board resolution, bid, RFP. Additionally, we're getting ready for our preliminary week of audit, which will be August the 17th. The auditors will be here for 1 full week. And moving forward, we are hoping to have an initial view for our FFT meeting as to where we landed, a preliminary look at where we land as of June 30th, and looking forward to providing that information soon. Of course, it will be confirmed after the audit is completed, but again, that preliminary view should be available for FFT.
Great, thank you. Any questions, comments? Yep, Board Member Bennett.
Sorry, it's more of a question for transportation, but I see the superintendent has stepped out, so it wouldn't be appropriate to ask her.
Anything else? All right, well then I'll turn to my board president statement. Let's see, so first of all, boy, we've got a lot of great things happening right now, including, very excitingly, we have a new business administrator beginning. I have to first note that Tiffany Renaud, you have just done a spectacular job for us in your interim role as BA, and we are so glad that you are staying right in place. But we are voting tonight on bringing in Nicole Schoening as our new BA. She is spectacularly talented and has a long history of working with districts of varying sizes. She has extensive experience on our very intricate, complicated financial systems. So she's going to be a huge asset to the district, and we are very excited to have her. And as soon as she comes in, along with the rest of the business office, we're going to be kicking off the budget process to start off our 27-28 fiscal year and school year budget, which we are looking forward after having a couple years of our budgets being a little bit scattershot, as we have a lot of different moving pieces, of trying to have it as planned out as far in advance as possible so that we can be really expecting and talking with the community about what anticipated changes there's going to be. As Mr. Bing has discussed, we are traversing our way down the fiscal cliff, and that does mean that there are going to be another serious set of conversations and cuts in the upcoming year. So it's going to be really important that we have those conversations internally in a really organized way and with the community as well. So that is certainly our plan, and we're glad to have a newly reconstituted and very competent business office going into that. The board began our meeting today at 4:30 p.m., so long ago now, with a discussion about our board self-evaluation and planning out our board and district goals for the upcoming school year. It was a really helpful discussion. Coming out of our evaluation, we identified the progress we felt we made on our 3 board goals for the current, for this just past school year of 25-26. Our determination, the majority of folks felt that for all 3 of our goals, we either achieved the goal in some cases or made very significant progress toward the goal. And I know that we have a lot of work we want to do in taking that goal, in taking the results from our strategic plan and the growth areas that we found within our board self-evaluation to pour into that for our new board goals for the 26-27 school year. We have a second retreat meeting happening on April 18th that we're going to sit down and build those. However, on August, thank you. But upon majority opinion and demand, I think I would say they want to have another session as well. So we may actually meet sooner in August to continue discussing ourselves, where we are, and where we're going to go to be best focused on supervising the district and focused on meeting student achievement. So things are moving forward there. Most of our committee meetings this past month have been heavily focused on 26-27 readiness, as they have been for months. The transportation update here has been preceded by many different transportation meetings and asking where are we with these routes. Having sat through 2 school years that had pretty bumpy starts to transportation at the start of the school year, we really want to make this as smooth and efficient as possible this year. And we're going to see how we do, but we have all eyes looking at this intensely. So we are going to have numerous additional check-in conversations between now and the start of the school year, and more after that, especially if we see there are struggles. We're going to be having very frequent conversations to make sure they get resolved. We've also been talking about a few other pieces. The move in the high school to a single lunch period had caused some consternation among various students that we heard from, and our student representatives relayed that. So we've had a lot of eyes on that to make sure that on the first day of school, every student is supported educationally, but also nutritionally. We want to make sure that everyone's getting fed. So we are encouraged by what we're hearing right now and making sure that all the adequate resources are being put into making that happen. We have also been looking at what happens to our kids before and after the school day, and specifically the before and after care that's available. Our partner with the YMCA has really put a lot of effort over the past couple school years into increasing capacity with overflow centers and making sure they can accommodate as many students as possible. We are sitting down, myself, the superintendent, and the mayors of the 2 towns to speak about this with the Y soon to make sure that we are doing everything we can to support all of our students before and after school. That also was a topic on our upcoming Student and Family Affairs Committee. Thank you. It's already late. Finally, with regard to our elementary schools, one of the budget impacts in this past year was eliminating the security position that was posted at each of the elementary schools, which was a piece that was created during COVID using COVID funds and had been carried over into our annual budget. That has been supplanted by constructing vestibules in each of our schools, which allows for a secure entry and exit, but making sure that we are adequately addressing the security needs in those schools in coordination with the towns has been a priority of us. I'll note briefly, anyone who drives along Valley Street or is on Facebook is aware of the 2 trees that fell outside of Ritzer Field on Valley Street as a result of some sidewalk construction. Boy, that is really frustrating, especially having seen work be completed, and you look at it and you say, well, we know what's going to come next. And unfortunately, it did. So there's only so much we can say, but suffice to say, the district has been instructed to look into relief from the folks who did that work, and that is, investigation is ongoing. As Mr. Bing indicated, we are aware, especially as we've seen the localized ceiling collapse in one hallway in MMS, there just are a lot of facilities pieces that we need to address. And we are right now in the process of looking at that ongoing development as far as all the facilities projects in the district that were left over, first of all, from our huge development project back in 2018 through just this past year, what remains to be done, what new items are there, and making a plan for what we could submit to the towns and hopefully find partnership in adequate funds to address. And part of that is the question of the redevelopment, as we've talked about, of our 2 middle school auditoriums, as well as Ritzer Field, in making sure that we have facilities, both educationally and for the whole of student life, to address all of our programs. And I think that's about all I have. Any questions or comments? All right. Board Member Bennett.
I have a comment and then a transportation question. We haven't talked very much about early care and aftercare in public lately, but if anyone in the public is interested, we have increased over the last few years by I think 400 students the number of kids who are served by early care and aftercare. Like we saw a document a few months ago that said up to 800 kids are now served by aftercare, so it's a lot more than it was a few years ago. So that's good news, even if there's still like gaps in coverage. I had a transportation kind of point in question. Like the presentation we just saw focused on how kids are getting to school, because that's incredibly important. That's going to be a priority after several years of bad busing. But I do hope at some point we can have a conversation about like who gets to ride, because I wonder if we haven't gotten it right. You know, there are some kids who are just below the distance threshold who might need a bus, but they're 1.21 miles away or 1.18 miles away. And we do have to have a distance threshold. Because, I know it's going to be inevitably arbitrary, but I think it would be good if we could have like a way to somehow accommodate those kids on buses, once the first few weeks bumps are kind of cleared off, and, maybe we find that we do have some empty seats.
Noted. And I think that certainly is a piece that we could discuss further in our FFD meeting. Obviously, we know that if we extend it to 1.18, we've got the folks at 1.17 who are frustrated, but that's absolutely worth ongoing discussion. Yeah. Any other comments, questions? Okay. We will now move on to our first hearing of individuals and delegations. So thank you for coming in person and joining us online this evening. We value public comment at our board meetings, and while we cannot engage in a dialogue with you tonight, we do take your comments very seriously, and your input will inform our work. Pause. I do have one more piece of my board president's statement that is related to this. As a practice, we like to have our hearings of individuals before the meeting gets too very late, which means that you folks don't get to hear the report outs from our committees before the speaks. But I do want to just highlight a couple pieces that could be of interest to folks tonight. In light of a review of policies that came out of the policy committee, there was a determination that 2 of the policies that had at one point been posted on our agenda will be retracted for additional review. That is policy 2200 regarding curriculum, and policy 5561, the use of physical restraint and seclusion for students with disabilities. In light of review by board members and outreach by committee members and by members of the community, we've determined that those will not be proceeding to first read this evening. Okay, our comment period is limited to 1 hour. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. I'm going to ask you please begin by stating your name and your town. And I'm going to begin, please. Is this page 1? Yes, it is. Priti Kanal, please.
Good evening. My name is Preeti Kanal, and I'm a Maplewood resident of 7 years. I'm here to follow up on the June 25th BOE meeting where several local residents highlighted the district's irresponsibility in promoting free trips to Israel for teachers and administrators, fully sponsored by the Jewish Federation. Respectfully, Superintendent Bing, your response is not sufficient. I didn't get a chance to speak last time, but I want to say I'm in full solidarity with the other pressing Soma School District advocacy that centers students, teachers, and caregivers, including the advocacy over the vendor change for paraprofessionals, and I have appreciated the district's efforts on integration and pleased with the positive outcomes that Dr. Gilbert shared. There is indeed a budget crisis across the U.S. impacting our schools, but the way Mr. Bing talked at us last time, you'd think it was our fault as tax-paying residents in a place with one of the highest property tax brackets in the country. Why is there no funding for basic education, housing, and community needs? Why is NJ Transit falling apart? Why are we all barely surviving in our own communities? In the past 3 years and across political parties, the U.S. has spent $33.77 billion sustaining a violent occupation of Palestinian territories and executing what many international bodies and legal scholars describe as a genocide in Gaza. And regarding America's proxy war on behalf of Israel and Iran, Democratic lawmakers and some economists estimate the real cost to the U.S. economy at a minimum of $630 billion. This connects to other causes Soma claims to care about. A group of American and Israeli companies, including Palantir, Cellebrite, and Paragon, make surveillance technology that hacks phones, tracks social media, and compiles databases on people. This technology is used by the Israeli military in Gaza and the West Bank, and later these same companies and the same tools are sold to U.S. agencies like ICE, which uses them to track and surveil immigrants in our own communities, immigrants who have been taken by ICE right here where we live. Now, I'm not ignorant to the fact that what I raised today falls outside the scope of your roles, but how do people like us start taking responsibility for the way of the world? What can we do? What is most baffling to me is that through all of this, district administrators found it important to promote free, all-expenses-paid trips sponsored by the Jewish Federation during an active genocide, trips that are strategically designed to showcase a distorted version of the facts and to uphold the same systems that allow billions of dollars in funding for genocide and war. This is not only an appalling breach of ethics, it showcases your priorities as our communities confront an education crisis. As a tax-paying resident of Soma, I am calling on this board and district to apologize to the community and to guarantee in writing that these trips will never happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carrie Gordon.
Hi, my name is Carrie from Maplewood. My kids attended SOMSD from kindergarten to 12th, and I was a PTA president at Tuscan. Last month, I read a statement from community members regarding the Jewish Federation-sponsored trips you approved for administrators. I wanted to speak personally this time. Last night, Israel bombed tents and residential buildings in Gaza as Palestinians were sleeping, killing and wounding many, including children. I debated about bringing images of their bloodied, burned, and mangled bodies so you would understand what we had been witnessing for over 1,000 days. A live stream genocide. I wanted you to understand the horror, disgust, and anger about these propaganda trips that justify genocide and whitewash apartheid. Our concern is that there is an expectation of quid pro quo from these expensive trips, as it is people with influence in our district that take these trips. What could quid pro quo look like? It looks like lesson plans that call genocide of Palestinians a war and their ethnic cleansing complicated. It looks like using the trauma of the World War II Holocaust to justify the Holocaust of today. Palestinians being starved and burned alive in tents. It looks like admin not following through with reports of bullying of students that advocate for Palestine, or Palestinian students being called terrorist supporters by teachers. It looks like no professional development about anti-Palestinian racism or Islamophobia, or how to facilitate a classroom discussion of current events. It looks like condemnation of statements like Free Palestine and ceasefire on bathroom walls and conflating it with anti-Semitism, along with threats of prosecution. It looks like no action taken or statements when institutions with district preschool facilities host soldiers that participated in genocide. It looks like many, many, many statements condemning anti-Semitism with concern for only one group's feelings, and almost no statements supporting your Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim communities. It looks like silence on genocide. Would you ask Black students to have constructive dialogue about racism with those that support the KKK? Would you have lessons on LGBTQ plus rights that both sides and justifies homophobia? Why is there that expectation for your students that oppose the genocide of Palestinians? Why must Palestinian humanity have to be justified to Zionists? Why is the racist, supremacist ideology of Zionism permissible when it goes against all our district policies? You need to immediately retract your approval for these trips and not allow them and end them completely. We demand an apology. Your excuses are gaslighting. Shame on you.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. Next, we have Noreen Akhtar.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Noreen Akhtar, and I'm Public Affairs Director for the Council of American Islamic Relations, the largest advocacy organization serving Muslim Americans, New Jersey chapter. Our office is in Newark. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of CARE New Jersey to express our strong opposition to the board's prior approval of an all-expenses-paid trip to Tel Aviv, Israel, for administrators James Mano and Phil McCormick. This trip, fully sponsored by the Jewish Federation of Metro West, is not a neutral educational endeavor. It is a targeted, privately funded excursion designed specifically to influence our school administrators' perspectives on Israel and Palestine. Allowing district leadership to participate in this trip raises serious concerns of impropriety under the New Jersey School Ethics Code. The code strictly prohibits school officials from accepting gifts, favors, or things of value over $250. An all-expenses-paid international trip drastically exceeds this limit. It's wholly inappropriate for administrators to accept this travel from an organization seeking to shape the district's views on a sensitive international and human rights issue. By approving this travel, the board is allowing external political lobbying to masquerade as professional development. It compromises the impartiality of our district's leadership and breaks the community's trust in their objectivity. Students deserve an educational environment completely free from this kind of paid external influence. We urge the board to reverse course, rescind its approval of this trip immediately, and uphold the integrity of the school ethics code. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Akhtar. Next, we have Marcia Kaiser.
Good evening. My heart's just pounding over what I'm hearing. I have great concern for these turbulent times, but I have great concerns for our school libraries, and they matter in this moment. I am speaking as a grandparent of a second grader at South Mountain and a sixth grader at South Orange Middle School. I've taught for 40 years, 13 of those as a library teacher. I understand school libraries. I understand that elementary school librarians introduce students to a carefully curated world of books and research and literary choice. Here is where students connect to the library through one-to-one experience with a librarian who knows them and gets to know them better every year. I understand that middle school librarians bring students safely into the world of research sites, more challenging titles whose purchase she has overseen, and literary discussion, and a guide into a world that some students might otherwise overlook. I understand that high school librarians, whom we do not provide provide invaluable services to our teens, delivering the curriculum, overseeing the purchase of materials, working with students at this most critical time when screens are pulling kids into unsafe spaces and questionable information. I Googled Soma Library curriculum, and this is what I found. We use the Atlas online platform, focusing on integrated research, digital literacy, and digital citizenship. Some things were missing from that. I would add that sharing current titles across all subjects, which updated library collections do, promotes citizenship in general and gives you intelligent information to debate topics as the ones I've just heard. How is this accomplished without a dedicated, certificated high school librarian? Our town is currently spending millions of dollars on our updated library. Will our kids care? South Orange is known for our outstanding art and music programs, where students can pursue what they love and either make it their career or simply enjoy it for the rest of their lives. Libraries do the exact same thing, introducing kids to books they may not have at home, and information and research strategies and philosophies beyond their subject classes and beyond what they might learn at home. They have choice, and they have the chance to do a deep dive with or without help if they need it. Our writers and our deep thinkers come from this space. Please turn the couch cushions over and find the funding for our school librarians who help our kids navigate these days of book banning and questionable news, and as the superintendent said before, supporting students in these turbulent times. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaiser. Next, we have Tanya Moore. Tanya Moore.
Hi, my name is Tonya Moore, and I've lived in South Orange for 16 years. I am a taxpayer. I'm a grandmother of a 9th grader, a 12th grader, and a 7th grader in this district. I also was an educator for 45 years, and so I understand about how important the work is that you do, and I understand how important the budget is and how far it has to go. I'm a long-time member of the Friends of the Library, and we know how important libraries are. The Friends of the Library make it possible for the library to really operate. We buy the books and we pay for the programs that the library offers. I'm also, for the past 10 years, I've been on the foundation to raise money to build a new South Orange library. We've raised over $2 million and we're still working on it. We have money from the state, we have money from the town. We are part of this school district. Maplewood presently has a state-of-the-art library. We will have one very soon. All you have to do is ride down Scotland Road and you can see that something great is happening there. It is very, very important for there to be librarians in schools. They're not just there to make sure the kids behave. They're there to offer a prescribed curriculum. Many children don't have parents that go to the library for a million reasons. Many children wouldn't have the opportunity to understand the library, to use the library without having the instruction. It's been there for ages. It's not there by mistake. High school librarian, I subbed in the high school once I retired every Friday for 5 years. I used to be an Achieve tutor. I know what goes on in the library. students need help. They need a librarian, somebody who's been trained, not a clerk, not somebody who can check in and check out books, not somebody who can keep kids from putting their feet on the table, but they need someone who can present what's called library science, getting to know how to touch the written word, or even the word online. I hope you'll reconsider. Sharing a librarian between the middle school is a horrible idea. I can understand how on paper it seems like, well, you just divide it in half. Having an elementary school librarian go to the high school, one librarian each week to cover the high school library.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Doesn't work.
Thank you. Next, we have Cassia Mostel.
My name is Cassia Mosdell, and I'm a former educator, and I'm now a child psychologist locally. And like many people, have been changed forever by the images out of Gaza. Before I share my ideas, I just want to share that having worked in the public schools for almost a decade, I find the personal day explanation really confusing. Never have I experienced a group of teachers taking up to 4 personal days consecutively in a group. That sounds like a very generous perk that I wish I had known about. Israel is an apartheid state and has perpetuated genocide. This is no longer up for debate, so I'm not going to spend time elaborating on that here. As educators, we know how to examine evidence and follow the data where it leads. The most important thing we can do to end apartheid is to divest and boycott. This is the single most powerful thing that we can do to help. When the world finally turned against apartheid in South Africa, it was not governments that led. It was universities, unions, and schools that divested first and forced the politicians to catch up. Institutions of learning were central to that struggle. In 2005, over 170 Palestinian civil society organizations, unions, refugee networks, women's groups, professional associations jointly called for boycott and divestment, explicitly modeled on the South African precedent. It was not appeals to international law or diplomatic pressure that changed South Africa. Economic and institutional isolation is what finally ended apartheid in South Africa. Palestinians have specifically asked that foreign institutions, including schools, not lend legitimacy or revenue to Israeli apartheid because normalization is part of what sustains it. And it's absolutely heartbreaking to think about who is making this request of us. These are people with no real army, no state power, no freedom of movement, no seat at the tables where decisions about their lives are being made. And yet they haven't given up. They built a strategy deliberately modeled on South Africa because it is one of the only forms of leverage available to them. When people in that position tell us that a small specific action, like not sending teachers on a school trip, matters to their cause, I find it unthinkable that we would turn away. Sending educators to Israel or accepting trips to Israel or forwarding an email about a trip to Israel is simply unconscionable in this moment. Just a few months ago, I moved from a neighboring town to this town because of its social justice commitments.
Thank you, Ms. Mosdell.
It would be, last sentence, it would be great if Soma schools were the first among many to become schools for Palestinian freedom and the first to say, from South Africa to Palestine, no school trips to apartheid. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Verna Holcomb.
Hello, I am Verna Holcomb. I live in South Orange. I am this year serving as the president of the Special Education Parent Advisory Committee of South Orange Maplewood. Tonight I want to bring attention to policy 5561, use of physical restraint and seclusion techniques for students with disabilities. Thank you for pulling that back for review. As you all know, because of the email from the CPAC board, we're aware of the current New Jersey law making physical restraint and isolation of a child, seclusion, legal. Please do better than the state of New Jersey and protect our students. At the very least, if one is locked in a room, notify immediately the parent or guardian after that seclusion, the same way that you do that we are required to do for physical restraint. I also want to comment on an earlier claim about CPAC board members having been so disrespectful that the superintendent and assistant superintendent of special services had to leave a meeting. We would like to know when this happened, because none of the current or previous board members have any awareness of this incident. We in CPAC apologize when we find ourselves having made a mistake, and we value our relationships with everyone in the district, our students, our teachers, our paraprofessionals, our staff, the administration, and the board. And we will do our best to nurture those relationships so that we can best serve our community. We hope that every member of the board and the administration will do the same. Thank you.
Verna, I do want to acknowledge the apology that CPAC did give us from the first meeting this year. So I want to acknowledge that was done. So thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Next, we have Jessica Mingus.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jessica Mingus, Maplewood resident and founder of the SOMA Peer Support and Action Network for IEP and 504 families, which currently has over 550 local members, all parents of children receiving special education services in our district. I know lots of people. We're here to read a statement representing a broad coalition of special education families, local organizations, CPAC members, and paraprofessionals, over 285 people who care deeply about the experience of our special education students and who have been organizing collectively since prior to last month's board meeting. Our community remains deeply concerned about the transition to Delta T group across 3 areas: accountability for failures of the process, transparency about the decision and rollout, and urgent harm mitigation to protect our most vulnerable students, classroom stability, and the retention of skilled professionals who make that stability possible. First, Mr. Bing and this board owe our community accountability for the process failures of this decision. District leadership failed to engage or even notify the community, including CPAC leaders, prior to terminating the ESS contract on June 11th. None of the spring budget emails or presentations provided clear or explicit communication announcing the vendor change. Equally concerning, when community members expressed dismay, Mr. Bing made statements contradicted by the documented record. He stated the paratransition was shared with CPAC for months, yet we've confirmed that CPAC first learned of this decision on June 18th, the day after our paras were notified by ESS their contracts were terminated. He claimed updates were shared across public channels. No written budget communication named this transition was actually happening, and not a single parent or CPAC member in our coalition recalls it being raised elsewhere. He suggested low attendance at the final budget hearing meant parents missed the signs saying, "We want to hear from you sooner." And we did feel chastised by the tone in which he made these remarks. Across every spring budget email, paraprofessionals were mentioned exactly once, a single sentence about intent to rebid contracts for security, custodial, and paraprofessional services. Rebidding a contract is not the same thing as replacing a vendor. Nowhere was it disclosed that ESS would be terminated or that paras would be hired as 1099 contractors through another vendor. Had this been properly communicated on an appropriate timeline, far more than 5 people would have been in that room. What has been publicly claimed by Mr. Bing simply does not match the record. We were stunned and appalled to learn at the June 25th meeting that board members, including the president and special services chair, did not fully understand what they voted on June 11th. Yet when this surfaced, not a single board member motioned to enter executive session for legal advice before voting past 1:30 a.m. Why did the board allow itself to be pressured into a vote without proper due diligence and oversight? Our community needs a full public accounting of how and why these failures occurred and how they will be prevented in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Mingus.
One last sentence.
For 48 seconds.
I know that our board president said nothing about paraprofessionals, and his report tonight speaks volumes. This sort of systematic disregard is why we're afraid for the safety of our children and the retention of our special education teachers.
Next, we have Rachel Hennis.
Kim Tkach, we're all part of the same open letter.
Sure.
Okay. I am a Maplewood resident, a parent of a Tuscan kiddo, as well as an Apple Corps kid. I'm going to continue with our open letter. Second, with respect to transparency, Mr. Bing owes us an explanation for why moving to Delta T was deemed best without collaborating with families or educators. Delta T hires paras as 1099 contractors with no benefits and lower pay than ESS. While in-house hiring is a stated long-term goal, it will not happen by September. The near-term impact is severe destabilization. The worst-case scenario is playing out right now. Multiple paras have told us directly that they cannot afford to return to Delta T's rates, losing benefits, diapering stipends, seasonal unemployment, and union protections. We have confirmed that certain self-contained classes so far have 0 returning paras. Failing to retain these integral paras will compromise IEP implementation, destabilize classrooms, and increase safety risks. When experienced paras leave, years of trust vanishes. Reckless destabilization yields adverse mental health outcomes, stress-induced regressions, and physical safety risks. That brings us to the urgent need for immediate harm mitigation planning for this transition in the fall to protect our students. We know that brief professional development is planned, but realistically, a single day of training and a student cheat sheet cannot replace years of institutional knowledge and trust and relationship that is being lost. To mitigate this harm, we implore the board to hold Mr. Bing accountable throughout this transition by committing to the following. 1, take responsibility publicly for the harm and mistrust this process has caused. Mistakes happen. What matters is what comes after. We're asking Mr. Bing and the board to own this and commit to doing better by families, as he has done for busing and transportation. 2, commit to bringing at least 1 anchor veteran para in-house for every self-contained classroom by September, doing so at Somea's rates if necessary. This is an essential, fundamental safety issue. 3, providing parent-created resources to paraprofessionals. Mr. Bing has already promised that if parents share About Me one-pagers with their teachers in advance of the school year, they will be shared with the Delta T paras. This is an important commitment, and we request that the board ensure that the district follows through. 4, robust data collection and transparent reporting of that data in the fall. The success of this transition must be measured with data, and that can only happen if this district commits to robust data collection analysis, including IEP student absences, use of restraint and seclusion, HIB complaints, disciplinary data involving IEP students, mental health needs among students with IEPs, each measured against last year's baseline.
Thank you, Ms. Takacs.
5, almost done here. We also need a robust and immediate reporting on para retention, including what percentage of that 166 paras are returning and how many self-contained paras are confirmed to be returning.
Thank
the board
you very
should be
much.
demanding this now.
All right. Ms. Hennis, are you available now? Okay, Rachel Hennis.
Yes. Hi, I am Rachel Hennis. I am a parent to 2 district children, a rising 7th grader at Psalms and a rising 3rd grader who is out of district. 6, a central office point of contact for parents to report transition-related challenges with a commitment to swift district response.
Kim, sorry.
I'm
Rachel,
continuing.
Could you repeat that one more time?
Sure.
6, thank you.
6, a central office point of contact for parents to report transition-related challenges with a commitment to swift district response. 7, a central office point of contact for educators and robust procedures to ensure that teachers who elevate issues do not face retaliation for doing so. 8, increased classroom supervision and presence, just as Mr. Bing has found time to ride the buses to attempt to solve the issues with busing. We really implore Mr. Bing and Ms. Jessica Maria to make the time to be present in the classrooms that will be most impacted by the transition. And lastly, specific performance metrics and deliverables for Mr. Bing to hold him accountable for serving special education students and families with the same care and respect afforded to every other student and families in the district. I also want to thank you for taking more time to think through the policy edits to 5661 on the use of physical restraint and seclusion for kids with disabilities, and we will be sending our guidance on multiple points on that. And as a parent of a child with disabilities and a social worker who has worked in schools that employ these practices, I want to just say 2 things. First, it is a total failure of education and based in a profound misunderstanding of students' behaviors that leads to these policies in the first place. Because the last thing that a child in distress needs is to be subject to seclusion and restraint. The impact on children can be profound and lasting, and I've seen this firsthand. The district should be serving as an example of what education-based and current understanding of trauma-informed care and multi-tiered support could look like, and there is guidance out there. Also, this decision, the decision that has been made to change paras and the vendor that reduces benefits and pay directly, that reduces benefits and pay directly puts our students with disabilities at increased risk of seclusion and restraint, because these practices are used when adults do not have the skills and training and support to effectively de-escalate situations and keep kids safe. And what makes students, particularly students with disabilities, feel most unsafe is disruption of relationships, is unexpected transitions, is adult chaos and overwhelm, all of which is on the table now with this change. It did not have to be this way, and not being careful and thoughtful and upfront about this change, having time for input from the people that understand and could have helped you all most, was not just short-sighted, it was dangerous. And it has put our kids more at risk of seclusion and restraint.
Thank you, Ms. Hennis.
We will be paying attention to this, and we are here to partner with you. We need accountability, we need support, we need respect.
Thank you, Ms. Hennis.
Hey, did you mention the legislative body? Hey, Rachel, did you mention the legislative body that passed this? Yeah, did you mention?
I think we're going to get a copy of that
Yeah.
letter, right?
Right. Yeah, if you could just highlight that, that would be great.
Next, Danielle Thorne.
Hi, my name is Danielle Thorne. I am the mom of one brilliant 7-year-old in the self-contained ERI program and one adorable 4-year-old in district pre-K. And tonight I am mad. You voted last month to switch vendors despite knowing the district had no plan in place to provide stability to self-contained programs. We told you the highly trained paras who support our self-contained classes could not stay with Delta T's rates, and we were right. Not a single para in my son's class is returning. That means that my son's teacher will need to train 5 new paras on the highly individualized needs of 12 students in a single day of professional development before the start of the year. And he will have to do that without one para, Miss B, who has been with him for the entire time he has run the ERI program. Running that program without her expertise is a challenge of literally unknown proportions. It is entirely unreasonable to expect him to pull off that Herculean task, especially without Miss B. Kids like mine rely on the stable, familiar, confident presence of the qualified adults around them to regulate. The very presence of a new adult can profoundly destabilize my son and his peers, and you are now forcing them to adjust to 5 new faces. If you do not have a disabled child at home, you likely cannot appreciate what an unfair ask that is of our kids. You also likely cannot appreciate the consequences, and it is families like mine that will bear the cost. I can predict with virtual certainty what that cost will look like for my kid. It will look like what you might call increased school refusal, where my child's nervous system registers school as such a danger that he can't leave our house in the morning. It may even mean he cannot get dressed in the morning as his sensory system goes into overdrive and his safe clothes become intolerable. On days I get him out the door to school, it will look like explosive meltdowns when he gets home. It will look like me spending my nights after work shielding my preschooler from violence his big brother cannot control. Violence that disappeared when he felt safe at school. When my son's classroom is stable, he is too, and you are stealing that stability. And let's talk about his brother for a second, because damn it, he matters too. He is a student in this district too. At best, my younger child will have to witness his brother go through intense, heart-wrenching mental health episodes before and after school. At worst, my older son will scream at his brother, attempt to hurt him, and I will be the one standing in the gap. And you will still expect him to show up to school regulated and ready to learn. And if he displays increased dysregulation in his preschool class, you'll want to meet with me to talk about his behavior when it's your decision on June 25th that will have caused it. I co-sign every ask made of you in that open letter, but tonight I am speaking for myself and my sons because those asks will do nothing but document the damage of your short-sighted decisions. You made a decision you can't take back, and my babies are collateral damage. I and every other family with a child in that class need you to take every immediate action in your power to bring Miss B in district by September. And don't you dare dismiss us because only 6 of our 285 members are here tonight. Many more would be here if childcare for kids like ours were available. We're here on behalf of way more than 0.6% of families. Our kids matter.
Thank you, Ms. Thorne. Next, we have Yolanda Span.
Good evening. My name is Yolanda Span. I work at Columbia High School. I've been in district for 21 years. And there's a new company that just came in called Pritchett, if y'all not familiar with the new company. Well, I've been out of work for 3 weeks now. I filled out the application. I had to bring my ID, my social security card. A couple of days later, I was told, okay, you cannot work. Get the other ID, I did. I haven't been paid, it's been 3 weeks. And like I said, I've been here 21 years. Been in this district. Columbia High School is my home. I've been in all the districts working. I work every day, come to work every day. Everybody that knows me in this district. And this new company that just came in, God knows, they wicked, very wicked. And I'm out of work. They've been telling me, oh, you gotta do the application over. We done all that, I've done everything. And I'm home now. been 3 weeks, because it's a new company. I just went the other day, sat there all day from 9 to 4:30. They see me, they talks to me, this, that, 5 minutes. Oh, wait till HR send us a thing back so you can do your application. Sitting there, nothing. I text the secretary. No, nobody sent me an email yet. Oh, she said, okay. They comes and walking by me. I'm in the cafeteria. Is everything okay? Is they gonna send me, No, nothing. When I finally gets up to go to the office, lights off, they gone. Home. They went home. Thank you. I can't do it no more. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Next, we have Sabina Fox.
Good evening, Superintendent Bing, members of the board. My name is Sabrina Fox. I have proudly served this district for over 20 years as a dedicated custodian and a member of 32BJ SEIU. I am standing here tonight because the district subcontractor, Pritchard Industries, is seriously violating our union contract, exploiting our workers, undermining the stability of our schools by playing with our livelihoods, violating the law regarding our pay. We have worked from July 1st to July 24th without pay until July 24th. And then we received a check for 13 days. Then on our line of service, I'm sorry, I'm so nervous. It says that we don't get paid again till August 7th. We are weekly paying employees. We have always gotten paid weekly. It clearly states in our contract, many of us are struggling to put food on the table and pay our rent and our bills right now. Because of Pritchard payroll neglection, Pritchard is completely ignoring our contractual seniority rights. I was taken out of my position for the summer, being told that there wasn't any work at night because they didn't have a night shift, when in fact they did. They cut me from being a full-time custodian to 4 hours a day. I have seniority and other workers do not. They are getting paid for 8 hours and 5 hours. Our contract strictly protects us against layoffs. It gives us, it protects us against the layoffs. It lets us about our hours being cut. Pritchard feels like they can just bypass the rules. We fought for sorry.
You're doing great.
I am so
time.
sorry.
Take your
I'm
time.
just going to talk from my heart.
Okay.
I've been here for 20 years. I'm not the only custodian for 20 years. I love my job. I work in Wayne during the day and I come here at night. I used to be a head custodian here. I worked in South Mountain School for 13 years. I don't like the way we're being treated by Pritchard. We have no help. We went to the union. We went to everyone else. I came here tonight in regards to police. Because you have employed them, I'm asking if you can just help us out in any way. It's a lot of people that livelihood is being just disrupted. They can't pay their bills. They're crying. They're calling me from when I'm on my other job, and I'm just trying to help myself and everyone else. So if you can kindly look into that and just help us as much as you can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chantal Taylor?
Good evening. I'm Chantal Taylor, and I'm also a custodian. One thing I want you guys to understand is when you do, we're custodians, and every 2 to 3 years, we change management, right? So every management that comes in, they come in with like more pressure and anger with them, okay? So when they come in, everything has been turned upside down. For example, like Sabrina says, we have issues with getting paid on time. That's always an issue with new companies. Management, getting paid on time, and also when they come in, it's just too much to deal with. It's always something going on. It's always they're very reluctant in doing whatever needs to be done that's written, you know, for them to do. They're just not complying with anything at all. They're just not complying with it. So, you know, and we have, like Sabrina said, we have workers that, including myself, you know, not getting paid on time, bills to pay, you know, everything is just backed up right now. Everything is just backed up right now in your personal life, you know, and then to come here and be pressured and bullied into working. You took away our breaks. You took away our breaks, and you want us to just work until it's time for lunch. We have half-hour lunch, and then we're back to working again. So it's just every time a new company comes in here, they do not do what they are supposed to do. They do what they want to do. And they will tell you that as well. They will say that they will do what they want to do, regardless of what is written in writing or not. They will do what they want to do. Thank you for listening, and have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Next, we have Alicia, and I apologize, I'm going to have trouble with the last name. Perig? I probably butchered that, I'm sorry.
Good evening, everyone. Oh my God, I'm so nervous. Say it again. P-A-R-U-H-G. Good evening, everyone. I'm a custodian. I work at the same district like my colleagues. I worked for 5 years, and as my colleague said, that the company changed over from the 1st. I followed the application, and I work up to the 24th. I never get paid, and the boss, he called and said that do not come to work until he get my ID. So I asked him, when is it he gonna get the ID for me? He said, he don't know. I've been keep calling and calling, when is it I'm gonna get paid? They don't know. When is it I'm gonna return to work? They don't know. So that is the whole situation. I'm at home right now. Nobody know when is it I'm gonna return to work. So that's the whole situation right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe there are no more names on that sheet, but please tell me if you have signed up. Otherwise, that does end our hearing of individuals and delegations. We're going to move on now to our committee reports. Much of the work that our board does happens in committees, and the results are brought to the board meeting for action. And detailed minutes of each committee meeting are posted on our website. We encourage you to review them. We're now going to hear from the chairs of each of our committees with a few brief highlights from this month's meeting. And we're going to start off first, Board Member Nair, with a readout from the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee.
Thank you. The FFT committee met on July 22nd, and we had 3 or 4 different key topics on the agenda. The first was an update on facilities projects that are underway at the district this summer, as well as projects that will occur in the fall. The first is the boiler replacement at Tuscan and Psalms, which was approved, and the plan is to price out the bid by mid-September and have the project substantially complete by December 15th. The second topic that we discussed around facilities was the roof assessment. We reviewed a updated report from October 2025 with respect to roof conditions across many of our buildings. We had a discussion around how we would finance the immediate repairs. They are not currently in the budget, but the district will be working on a plan to raise money to do so. And Henry is at this point working on identifying the key priorities with respect to the roofs. Next, we discussed RITSO. We talked about a plan that involves one multipurpose field, leaving the remaining portion of the field as a grass field. A lot of work needs to occur between now and whenever we decide to bring this for a vote around further planning, scoping, and so on. And so no decisions were made about an immediate bringing this to the board. So we are just anticipating another report from the district in the coming months on this project. We also got an update on concrete and paving projects underway, some of the summer projects, as well as the CUSAC audit that is also underway. Next, we talked about security, and we reviewed a memo that was prepared by Mr. Morgan summarizing the evaluation and recommendation process for selecting a visitor management system. The process seemed pretty robust, looking at a number of criteria in collaboration with various stakeholders and in the district, and keeping in mind community input and feedback. The district has recommended the services be provided by Hunter Technologies Safe Entry 911 Inform, and that is the district's recommendation. We also talked about the CHS belt schedule, and I think we talked about that a little bit earlier, so I'm not going to spend too much time on that. The administration will be doing 2 virtual town halls and will also provide information at back to school night and prepare an FAQ document. We also touched on transportation. We reviewed a version of the presentation that we all saw earlier at this board meeting. And then finally, we approved a few leases and discussed the solar PPA RFP scope.
Just real quick, we met with the pavers yesterday, specifically to discuss, we have some shared space at SOMS, which the South Orange Pool, as well as the North Ridgewood apartments utilize some of those spaces. So we called up the town and also called up the apartment complex just to let them know that we'd be giving them specific dates within the next couple days when that paving will happen, so they can notify their folks. And depending on the weather, you're looking probably at 3 days. According to the vendor, but we'll get more information on that moving forward.
Any questions, comments? Board Member Capadia.
So to the FFT readout on RITSR, what I'm trying to understand is why we're reopening a plan that we unanimously approved last year and in partnership with the township. In fact, the RITSR project was approved as far back as 2015. We have a plan, it's D2, we voted, it passed. So what's the intent of this new consideration? Obviously, what has changed? Because the more that we delay, the more expensive the project, the more students have to wait. So I'm just trying to understand what has changed in the situation, why we're bringing a new consideration to this.
I think, and Jason, please jump in, but it is cost. I think the cost of D2 has just continued to grow, especially with all the stormwater management scoping that needs to happen, and also the complexity of it. The stormwater management system is more complicated, and with this plan that we looked at, it is a simpler scope of work. It also leaves room for further development down the road. So it was, I think, a cost and a complexity issue, but I'll have Mr. Bing add to that.
Yeah, I'll echo those statements. I'll also state that I agree with Board Member Bimmel that the board landed on a project that we thought would meet all of our needs. 8 months? Year?
Just over a year ago.
Yeah, just over a year ago. We also did a courtesy meeting with the Board of School Estimates to get input from them on that plan, and I believe we made appropriate adjustments. Also, just recently met with some stakeholders across the way as well. I can only speak from the district's perspective. That original plan met all of our needs. After speaking with both towns. It is my understanding that a compromise is being asked of us at this time in order to get Ritzer passed. Our plan on our end is to do a couple presentations on Ritzer over the next month or so, hopefully at some common spaces like the library and our high school, just to make sure our community is better understanding our initial recommendation and where we currently sit.
And just to add on to that, we are at a difficult crossroads. We're on the one side, we know that this project, and D2, I think for folks who have been watching for a few years, could be described as a compromise in its own right. And I think it has been marked out in financial analysis, subject obviously to ongoing analysis, but could be easily under $100 per year tax impact for the average residence over the course of the bond, which is certainly not nothing by any means, but it also, we're not talking about a real blockbuster. On the other hand, I believe there has been a sense of some amount of political pressure for a demonstration of austerity. And we know we are in austere times, given what we're seeing in municipal and school board budgets and the pressure of healthcare increases, salary increases versus we can get in revenue. I think the real question is, there's been an intent to look at what type of additional compromise plan. As Board Member Nyer mentioned, there is this concept of a single field, which would, by definition, then remove this second field, the dedicated softball field that had been expected to be the sort of varsity field that would be the more full-fledged. And by removing it, the question is what savings you get. And we're still waiting for final numbers, but it does look like the savings you would get would not be nearly commensurate with the amount of field space, for instance, that you're losing. And so the cost per square foot, if we were looking at it that way, would most certainly increase. I think it's a question of how much austerity. If this is saving, hypothetically speaking, $10 per year on a taxpayer's bill over the course of the bond, is that worth eliminating this piece of infrastructure? And that's going to be an open question. It's a question for this board. It's a question in looking at the political body, the Board of School Estimate, that's going to have to take this on and approve it. And I think I'm not necessarily in favor of having a protest vote that we know for certain is going to get shot down, but I think we're all rational people, and we're looking at this, and I think we have to make a determination jointly what amount of money is going to be appropriate for the right project. And do we want to save a nominal amount to have a significantly reduced amount of capacity? So that, I think, is the ongoing conversation we have.
I think part of our work also, and we'll draw this out in some detailed plans, are the bonds that will be dropping off over the next 3, 5, 8 years that are paid off. And it's also, we have to emphasize that we are, I don't like using this word, we are unique in the fact that we have a Board of School Estimates and we just don't go out to vote to the public. So that's also, another factor to consider moving forward.
So for clarity, the township is pushing this for us to make this way.
I wouldn't say that the township is pushing it, but there have been conversations. Obviously, the Board of School Estimate is composed of Board of Education members and members of the 2 township governing bodies. So that would be the body that would need to vote up or down this project. You're correct on that. Board Member Higgins. Oh, I'm sorry. Board Member Brown. Go ahead.
So this is just related to what you had said earlier, that we will be seeing the sort of work list of, sorry, those public speaks were rough. The work list of the LRFP, where we're looking at all the different buildings and a schedule of all the buildings and what's going to happen this year versus next year versus following year. I kind of just wanted to make sure my expectations are set with that. I don't imagine a completely comprehensive plan being ready by August, but what should we expect to see in that FFT committee? Like what level of detail? Are we talking, monthly, yearly? Is there a total you're looking at? I have a lot of questions, so I'll give it to you from there.
Yeah, well, the district, as I think many people know, we had a comprehensive audit done of the buildings in 2019. I would say about 25% to 30% of those items were under the 2019-20 bond. That includes upgraded HVAC systems, clean air, some boiler replacements, additional classroom space, which was a big part of it, fire alarms, and intercom systems, as well as safety vestibules, which were all part of that original 2018 audit. About 70% of things as part of that audit were not addressed. And some of those things have been addressed in public comment in regards to the shape of our bathrooms in some of our buildings, especially our high schools. We have already completed that audit with photos. At this point, we're combining that audit with what our new director of facilities has observed and his crew. So we'll have a list to the board within, I would say, 14 days of where we should move. We're hoping to meet with Todd in between those days and get some pricing on things. Todd might have to come out to take a look at some of those items. But they're all from that 19 audit, and anything above and beyond that Henry noted, such as some CUSAC issues that have to be addressed, some ADA issues. Part of our work, obviously, as I noted, will be around playgrounds that were never completed from the 2019 bond, fencing for safety that was never completed. So I think we've been listening pretty attentively over the last 6 months from folks of what really they prioritize, and I think bathrooms are at the top of that list, our athletic fields to meet our athletes, hallways, ceilings, paint, classrooms so they look modern. So we're probably looking at a bond of anywhere from 55 to 75. And again, we won't know that exact number until Todd Spiesel comes in and does some of that work. But we can guesstimate using the 2019 numbers that are in that original audit. But that's where we want to stay because it makes sense with the bonds dropping off. And as noted by Bimmel and also noted by Will, we're hoping to keep that tax impact at a minimum.
Sure. So I guess just to follow up with that, think the description of all the buildings and what they've gone through even in the last 6 months, there is a lot on this plate to get done. And it's not that I don't think the district can do it. I actually think that this district can do it, but it's making sure that we are all staying hyper-focused on getting all these projects done and not letting any one of these projects fall behind for another, and staying in touch with the people that are directly impacted, which are the bodies in the buildings. So I think as long as that is part of sort of the presentation, then I would think we're in a good position to move forward step by step.
Yeah, I will shout out Director Bonds, who's done a wonderful job heading the CHS project. We were just over there today doing a check-in. If you've had the chance to go over the high school, it's filled with new upgraded lights and boxes all over the place and wires. So the infrastructure has been done. They are now going to finish the lighting, which should be completed by late August. And so I'm really proud to say Mr. Buns facilitated that project in a quite efficient and swift manner and was a great project manager. So we're hoping with the same effort moving forward. And it'll require a lot more people because we'll have multiple projects going on throughout the district. But again, I think as everyone has noted here, it's a need and something that's been ignored for quite some time. Our auditoriums are we're part of the original approval of D2. We also had the secondary auditoriums in there. We took the high school off but left the middle school in there. So we'll need to do some auditorium work as well. And I think I sent out a little update with the recent weather issues. We had some water damage in a couple of our elementary auditoriums. So I think we're moving in the right direction to really invest in these buildings and just show the respect that our staff, community, and kids deserve.
Board Member Brown.
Yeah, I think I guess, certainly if members of the town have asked us to look at a different plan, we are doing that. And I think to President Meyer's point, it's going to be a significant playtime reduction. It won't be that much savings overall. And it's a little bit frustrating that the district has worked so hard for a year to come up with a plan that works with our operating financials and is best for serving our students in terms of the playability that they need. I think the other thing to consider is that Plan D.0, to the president's point, was a compromise. We added more grass after speaking to people. Now this new proposal is basically letting one of the fields just be grass. And again, where does that maintenance come from? Our annual operating budget. Where are we going to cut? Does that mean we're going to cut teachers to maintain grass that doesn't provide the playability that our students need? This continued back and forth is a drain on district resources and time. It is not student-centered. To be honest, it feels like a continuation of a long-running debate about grass and turf, period. And our job as board members are to make decisions that are best for students, not politicians, not politics, students. And so I really hope
Student-centered governance.
that's exactly what we just got training on. So I really hope moving forward, we do not have to continue to relitigate a debate we have been having for years. And this past year in particular, we have done so much outreach and received and been so receptive of feedback and made changes to drainage. So I just, at some point, I feel like it's just like, this is just perpetual. It's grass, turf, grass, turf. It's not actually about the subject at hand, which is that our kids need a field. They deserve a field. And I guess I'll just end with, I hope that when we eventually do bring this to Bose, that they also are student-centered. There were not austerity measures taken when the Maplewood Library was done. There were not austerity measures taken when the Baird Center was done. They're doing the South Orange Library. Those are all, I haven't seen the South Orange Library is not done, but the Maplewood Library and the Baird Center are beautiful. The community loves them. And I hope that our students will be afforded the same opportunity by our township leaders. And I guess I'm going to end with one question, which is, why can we not move forward with Richter and the auditoriums? Because we've had everything approved by the state. And then in a couple months, when we fully thought out, to Board Member Higgins' point, the rest of what we need, bring that along. There's no rule that we have to do it all together, right? So what is our, why wait, I guess is my question.
On our end, I'll go back to what I said. It's because we're one of two districts that has a Board of School Estimates, and we can't just as a board go out to vote and get the public reaction on it. We have to navigate and work with Board of School Estimates members, and that's really the job ahead of us. And one of their bigger requests was to take Richter and also bundle that with major projects that have to be done in the district. So I think, as Will noted, I think more discussion has to be had. And I'm very happy that this was brought out tonight as well, so I thank Board Member Bimmel as well as Board Member Brown and Board Member Will for bringing this out. I think it was an important discussion to have.
Any other pieces on the FFT readout? Board Member Higgins.
This is a bit, I think it might be more of a request, but also a clarification. When it comes to third-party vendors, is that something that goes in the FFT committee discussion, or is it separated out into different committees? Because I wonder if we should maybe highlight that as something to discuss around quality checks and transitions when we go out to RFP, which is, we have to do sometimes, but that transition is really important. And I think hearing about that from the district of how are you moving from one company to another, what's that planning that is well in advance? I don't know what committee that goes in, though. My mind would say FFT.
Yeah, that's FFT.
Sorry?
and
What was? Oh,
Yeah, it would be FFT, but most of the vendors we bid out, and there's like a very specific set of things you have to cover in a bid.
Right.
So, and that's, I think, like mandated. I don't know, Tiffany, if you can speak to that a bit more, so.
well, and to clarify my question, I think it's more about like, not so much the bidding process itself, but the impact to the students, to the building, to the people who currently work here and then could maybe not, or yes, or the transition,
Yeah,
I think is
so-
what I'm trying to get at.
Gotcha. Yeah, on our end, or any public district, and not being here for that history, but my understanding is about 10 years ago, the district privatized all of its services. Am I correct in saying that? Security, custodial, transportation, food service. Am I missing something? Lunch aids. That happened about a decade ago. Most districts that have privatized services, it's a best practice to every 3 years go out for RFP for services, just to keep vendors honest, and also just to be stewards of the tax dollar. In some circumstances, we get feedback about our vendors, which is also an impetus for going out for RFPs as well.
So in a situation, we can say hypothetically, though, of course, we've heard from folks tonight, when we are aware of concerns about performance by a vendor, what is the process that the district is going through in tracking that down and addressing it?
Yeah, I'll just speak specifically, well, I don't want to speak specifically about a vendor, but if we're talking security, we had monthly meetings with our security vendor on a regular basis, utilizing data that they supplied and also data that we collected in regards to how we felt what their job was doing, comparing that to the specifics criteria in the RFPs. And that's really the important step in this. It's what did we put in the RFP, and we've employed on our end Mr. Shoup, who is the most renowned expert in creating RFPs when we went out for this round to ensure that our RFPs held our vendors accountable in a way that we could enforce.
And so when we're looking at, for example, busing contracts, our custodial contract, our paraprofessional contract, will a similar review process be used on an ongoing basis as we observe performance?
Yeah, so I'll use transportation. We meet monthly, actually twice a month with our Sussex Co-op to go over routes, to go over driver issues. We have implemented some of the consequences that were in contracts last year when we've been having trouble with buses not staying at stops long enough, showing up 5 minutes early and then leaving when no one's there. So we have implemented some of the consequences that were in those contracts against those vendors. We also have been working closely, just like with Delta, and also with ESS, with the owners of the company as well. So we meet with them monthly, and we'll continue to do that with our new vendors as well.
Okay. Board of Second, Gable.
Yeah, thank you for that. And so, Mr. Bing, if you can just help us understand even further, like you meet with them monthly, but if there are emergent situations like what we heard tonight with the custodial staff, what is the process there that they can follow to have their situations resolved?
Yeah, for any private vendor, the district has a liaison team that we go directly 24/7 to. I mean, we've literally called some of these vendors at 3 a.m. in the morning. Once we heard a story that something happened, they're our first call. And I can say that all of the vendors that we have dealt with so far have been very attentive. And whether it's anywhere from releasing employees to enforcing consequences such as fining, we have done that. And we'll continue to enforce that criteria. But I can say every vendor that I've worked with so far in this district has been quite attentive to any issues or needs that we may have had. And I'm hoping for that sort of service moving forward as well.
Board Member Bennett.
I had two things to add about the context of our history with outsourcing. Two of the most controversial outsourcing decisions the board has made were in 2010 when we outsourced paraprofessionals, and then like the gradual outsourcing of all of our busing. And in both cases, something they have in common is that since the outsourcing decision or decisions were made, the service has actually really grown. If you read articles from 2010, when the most controversial outsourcing decision of all was made, the outsourcing of paras, we only had 76 paras at the time. And right now, I think we have 196. If you look at like minutes from the early 2010s, like when we actually would bid bus routes, which were for Marshall, then Jefferson, Seth Boyden, we had like in 2010 only like 10 routes at the time. And now, of course, as we've just seen the discussion, we have dozens of routes. So a lot of people lament the outsourcing we've had. They say it like affects like educational quality and transportation quality. And of course, like I agree with that. They say it's like not fair to like our employees. And I think that's also like not fair. I agree with that, of course. But you know, if we were to undo the decisions, it would cost much more than like whatever the original savings were, because the services have grown so much since those decisions were made.
Thank you. Anything else for the FFT readout? It's a popular one tonight. Board Member Brown.
Can you remind us what the order of operations is if theoretically we're going to put together this huge thing? We have to take that back to the state, and then before we go to Bose, what's the?
I think as discussed in the most recent FFT meeting, every item, and it needs to be parceled out into pretty small tranches of a project, each gets submitted to the state for a review. I believe once that project is packaged and submitted, the state gets 60 days to review. Then they come back with their preliminary approval letter. If we're not challenging it, we go back and ask them to convert it to the final. And then that is a demonstration that we know that we have funding at X percentage from the state for that project that we can then carry forward into what we would vote on as a resolution for the amount we're seeking to bond with the Board of School Estimate.
Okay.
So there is a detailed timeline, I think, as far as approximate months that we got from the architect very recently, and if it hasn't been circulated, we'll make sure it is circulated, but that demonstrates there is a period of months to have this mega project put together.
Okay, so we're talking probably realistically like 6 months before we go to Bose, I would say. So I guess I would ask that the district talk to the members of Bose and see if they're open, given that we're looking at an alternative plan as well, to moving forward with the auditoriums in Ritzer, because we already have that all reviewed by the state. We can move forward with those at the same time that we're pursuing this larger bond. Because otherwise everything, including the auditoriums, the field, nothing is getting done until we won't even vote on it probably for 6 months.
Okay. Anything else on FFT? All right. Go ahead.
If anyone wants to follow better what we're discussing regarding Ritzer, there is a link in the FFT committee minutes to like the latest plan for Ritzer. So you can keep up with what we're doing there.
Thank you. And I think as this conversation goes on, especially with regard to the cost benefit, cost per square foot, et cetera, we are going to have to do a side-by-side at some point. But yeah, definitely worth looking at. All right. We are going to move on to special services. Board Member Callahan.
All right. The Special Services Committee met on July 9th. All board members on the committee were in attendance, along with Ms. Jessica Maria and Superintendent Bing. The district was joined by CPAC President Verna Holcomb, wherein we discussed middle school math options, Delta T paraprofessional transition, and some challenges that are present in ESY transportation. Also, in relationship to communication and family engagement, a reminder, if you've not already done so, to complete the family experience survey that the district disseminated. Additionally, just another plug for the focus groups for Delta T, August 11th, 17th, and 20th. Please do RSVP if you would like to attend one of those. The committee reviewed a roll-up of end-of-year data, including trends in paraprofessional assignments over the last several years, out-of-district placements, and student classifications. Discussions highlighted the continued use of criteria and data to align paraprofessional support with student need. Projected future reductions in out-of-district costs as students are aging out of services, and ongoing efforts to expand in-district programming where appropriate. Members also discussed opportunities to better understand out-of-district placement trends through additional data analysis, and noted continued investments in staff training and instructional programming that are designed to strengthen the district's continuum of supports and increase in-district options for students whenever feasible. The committee also received updates on several in-district programming initiatives. Discussion included the new middle school ERI program opening at SOMS, including plans for family walkthroughs, a meet and greet upon the teacher's hiring, and internal mentorship opportunities with experienced ERI staff and external professional development opportunities as well. The committee also reviewed updates on the Marshall Autism Classroom and noted that based on current enrollment projections, this planned expansion of the CHS transition program, will be paused until the 27-28 school year. Looking ahead to the new school year and upcoming goal development, the committee began discussing developing frameworks for understanding how our specialized in-district programs are monitored and evaluated and continuously improved. So that might include things like quality assurance measures, implementation fidelity, student outcomes that would help inform future committee oversight as specialized programming continues to expand. The committee also received an update on the exploration of a potential aftercare program for students in the district's autism programs. A parent interest survey has been distributed to eligible families, and those who receive it are encouraged to complete it. Survey responses are going to help determine interest and inform the development of a potential pilot program, for the 26-27 school year. With regard to policy 5561, the use of physical restraint and seclusion techniques for students with disabilities, it had been scheduled for a first reading this evening, but as discussed earlier, was pulled to correct an identified error. As Board President Meyer noted earlier in the meeting, the district will maintain local language that doesn't conflict with updated policy requirements, and will conduct an additional review in partnership with CPAC to consider further feedback and ensure alignment with the related policies, including our district's corporate punishment policy. Finally, we reviewed feedback shared by CPAC, including discussion from the June 9th meeting between Delta T representatives, CPAC board, and district representatives. We also discussed the importance of establishing clear metrics to evaluate a successful transition, as well as upcoming opportunities for community engagement. I do want to thank the caregivers and advocates who joined us tonight this evening and shared their thoughtful, constructive suggestions and personal experiences. Your voices will continue to inform and strengthen our work, so thank you. Questions?
Any questions? Board Member Stefan.
I just wanted to highlight something that was shared at the Special Service Committee meeting this month, which is that from 2 years ago, we actually have 29 fewer out-of-district placements, which is a fiscal savings, but more importantly, it means that there's more students whose needs are being met in district. That's really hard work. It requires building up programs, working with families. It's been a very slow and steady effort by the Special Services team and by the superintendent. And so I just wanted to highlight, I think that's really important progress that's worth celebrating.
Yeah, I do want to thank you, Paul. Just shout out Kathleen, who works 24/7 to ensure our students are getting the proper programming and to make sure we're expanding programming to bring our students in district and keep them in district. And it's a lot of work.
Yeah. Board Member Brown.
Yeah, I just, earlier tonight when we were talking about our strategic planning, one of the ideas was about developing kind of one-pagers of potential areas where we can make budget decisions. And I think one area that we really should explore is this idea of bringing back, and I know the committee has talked about it, as bringing back certain paras. And so I would really love the district to kind of start to thinking about, even if we can only prioritize a small number right now, what would that look like from a cost perspective? Who would you prioritize? And so that, when we're getting into a place of having our final budget from this year, looking into next year, we can have that as a decision-making factor as we're making trade-offs, because it would be nice. I know we might not ever get to the point that you made, Board Member Bennett, of fully being in-house, but for some key positions, I think it would be nice if we can try and get there.
Yeah, just to note that That work was started about a year and a half ago when Kathleen first came in. We just recently had a change in leadership on the Samea side of the house, so we have now re-engaged those conversations, and Patrick is now our legal counsel as part of those conversations as well.
Board Member Higgins.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo Board Member Brown on that for sure. And I think I wanted to go back to your superintendent update that there's 166 ready to start, some are returning, and there's like an 85% rate of fill for the paraprofessionals. Do you happen to know of those? It would be helpful to see the numbers of returning staff to maybe provide some a feeling of like there's families that get the support that they're looking for.
Yeah, that's part of our ask for Delta is to keep us abreast of those numbers because they just finished their outreach for extended school year, so we wanted to wait until they got those numbers in. So
Right.
we'll keep the board abreast.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, we're going to move on to Board Member Higgins, personnel.
I know, it came fast. So the Personnel Committee met on Monday, July 27th, 2026, from 6:35 to 7:14. We didn't have personnel committee meetings for the 2 months prior, so there was something on the agenda that I'll bring up that we did want to talk about a little earlier, so I'll bring that up in a second. Board members, myself, Shayna Sackett-Gable, Melanie Nair, and administrative liaisons, Mr. Bing, Dr. Kevin Gilbert, and Mr. Tunde Adedoyan. On the agenda were the personnel resolutions that we are voting on tonight. The district is working on and focused on filling any and all vacancies before the start of the school year, but they have plans ready if those vacancies are not filled. A high-level overview of the exit survey data was shared to help inform goals for the future. There was also a discussion around the shift, or information around the shift from Frontline to Genesis to streamline evaluations as a cost savings measure. And in August, we will receive the state of the state on where we are with recruitment and retention. And in September, we will learn more about the Aspire program. It's a leadership training that is being reworked and discussed. The last item is one that I just want to emphasize. This is just for discussion. It's just a suggestion. There's no motion or movement tonight, but it's kind of a roadblock we've sort of hit in the Personnel Committee. A lot of the questions that come up tend to actually fall in the different committees. So who we have in personnel is HR, our superintendent, and then our sometimes our assistant superintendent of schools. But some of these questions are related to professional development. Some of these questions are related to special services. Some of these questions are culture and climate. Some are budgetary, and then some are strictly policy and governance. So something that we were kind of brainstorming is potentially not having a personnel committee anymore, but taking those personnel items and adding them to the agendas of the other committees. So therefore, there would be a line item in all the committees that says personnel. And so those items would be discussed with the departments that it actually affects. And if there's any other questions that kind of fall somewhere in the middle, potentially we maintain our personnel tracker and we sort of learn about that and see if there is a grouping of questions that requires an every other month or a quarterly meeting to cover those items. But this is something we're kind of talking about because, you know, time is also precious. We want our admin to be focusing on our students. And so it just felt like this committee was asking a lot of questions about specific things that really HR isn't involved in. So I thought from there I would just open it up for discussion if anybody has questions right now, but also happy to talk about it another time.
Yeah, Board Member Sackett-Gable.
Yeah, I would just add that when you listed the buckets of categories where a lot of the agenda items fall within personnel, the other categories, the bucket of things we can't talk about in the Personnel Committee that we need to speak about in executive session anyway. And so that those conversations would still happen, obviously, in exec.
Yes, exactly right. So to piggyback off of that, there would be the non-confidential items being discussed in committees, and then the confidential items would remain in executive session, like you said.
Any other comments? I will say I appreciate the innovation that you've done here, and I appreciate our set of back and forth conversations to kind of define the shape of what this would look like. We have had a lot of conversations about, gosh, we have a lot of committees that we're running right now. And there are some boards that have personnel committees and some that don't. I think as long as we can figure out a way that's not going to miss a personnel item through obscurity. For example, we created that Student and Family Affairs Committee because we decided there were all these issues that were sitting at the periphery of other committees and never really hitting them. But I think intentionally adding a personnel section to committees to hit those pieces could make sense. So I get the sense that in our next couple retreats where we discuss our board goals, and there's been general desire to discuss sort of the shape of our committee structure, so that can go in there as well. And perhaps if you can want to flesh out a proposal to send around to the board for discussion, that would be super.
Yep, I'm happy to do that.
Any other comments? No? Okay. We're going to move right along to Board Member Sackett-Gable for curriculum and instruction.
Sure, thanks. So the C&I committee met on July 20th with Board Member Stefan. Thanks for joining us. Subbing for Board Member Kapadia. We missed your presence, and everyone else was there. So we received updates on the district's progress towards this year's goals. SLT is still receiving some of that data and taking time to analyze it. However, I will just highlight chronic absenteeism in relation to Freshman Academy. The chronic absenteeism rate there is expected to fall below the state's 10% benchmark, dropping from 11% to 5%. And there has also been about a 65% reduction in suspensions, bullying incidents, and physical altercations among freshmen. And again, this is limited to the Freshman Academy. But CHS leaders and supervisors are now working to think about how to expand those successful practices from Freshman Academy to the other areas of the high school. So that was to note. As far as items that are up for board approval tonight, we received updates on out-of-district travel for professional development. There are a couple of staff members who are going to a workshop on creating a work-based learning program. A couple of others were added since our meeting. There's the Onward Fall Conference, which is NJPSA's annual fall conference, and there's an arts supervisors meeting that's for state arts supervisors, and both of those will be supported by ASCA funds. And we reviewed several policies that are C&I related that are up for first read tonight. We did discuss 2200 on curriculum, but as we heard earlier, that one was removed for some other considerations to be looked at over the next month or so. But we are voting to approve in first read 2260 equity and classroom practices, 5460 high school graduation, and 5461 on high school diplomas, all of which we had discussed before. And of course, there are a lot more details that are available online. And our next meeting will be on August 10th at 6:30.
Any questions, comments? Okay, very good. We'll move on to Board Member Stefan for Policy and Governance.
Thank you. The Policy and Governance Committee met on Wednesday, July 8th. In attendance were Mr. Bing, Ms. Jess Maria, Dr. Gilbert, and board members Brown, Higgins, Meyer, and myself. Board Member Sackett-Gable just mentioned some of the items up for first read, policies 5460 and 5461, as well as policy 2260. On that last one, I want to note that the committee was very careful to preserve local language that ensures that students can use restrooms and participate in sports teams that align with their gender. And so I'm very glad we were pretty unanimous in making sure that those assurances remain in our policy. We also have several items up tonight for first read that have to do with the use and accounting of federal monies. That's policy 6112, regulation 6115.01, policy 6115.02, and policy 6311. There are 3 items up for second read. 2 of them have to do with adequate public notice For board meetings, that's policies 0162 and 0162.01, and then policy 1643, which tracks state law changes to eligibility for family leave. Several members have already mentioned policy 5561, which was previously on the agenda and is not going to be on the agenda tonight, but will be in the future. I want to echo our thanks to CPAC for their input on that policy. Members of the public, by the way, are always welcome to write in and share their thoughts on policies. For those of you who are not intimately familiar with our practices, everything will come up for first read, and then the following month it'll come up for second read. And so there's always that month window between first and second read where people are more than welcome and invited to give their thoughts on what's coming up for a vote. So you can email jbing@somsd.k12.nj.us and also BOE members at somsd.k12.nj.us.
Our policy chair's email us.
Wow.
I'm
Yeah, no, exactly. Any questions, comments? Board Member Higgins?
What's our policy chair's email?
If you email all the BOE members, I will get it, but I am pstefan@somsd.k12.nj.us.
No S at the end, just P. Stefan, just to be clear.
Yes, correct.
Comments, questions? Okay. Then that concludes the discussion portion and committee reports of our meeting. And we're going to move on to the action portion of our meeting, which always sounds a lot more fun than it is. We will be handling tonight by consent agenda resolutions 4994 through 5005. That's going to cover 4994 personnel resolutions, 4995 substitute and coaches, 4996 out of district placements, 4997 are financials, 4998 the transfer and removal of non-domiciled students, 4999 affirmation of our HIB findings, resolution 5000 that's policies on for second read, resolution 5001 policies on for first read, 5002 is our confidential settlements, 5003 emergency virtual or remote instruction plan approval, 5004 is the approval of our revised academic calendar 26-27, and 5005 correction to a settlement agreement. Do I have a motion for consideration of this consent agenda? Board Member Sackett-Gable, do I have a second? Board Member Callahan. Open for discussion. Board Member Higgins. And I'm sorry, I'm going to make just a quick call out first. I just want to call out there is, as I noted, policy or resolution 5004, the revised calendar. I want to make sure I get this right, but I believe we had previously announced that our graduation was going to be on June 15th, and the venue has since become unavailable, and I believe we are moving our graduation to June 16, 2027. Is that accurate?
That is right.
Okay, that's it. So that is the update that you're going to see, but just be duly informed. Board Member Higgins.
Yeah, in Resolution 4997B, it's the attendance and work-related travel and workshop expenses. There's just a note that there is a correction, so I was curious what the correction is, if it's financial, location, what that adjustment was. It's just the first time I've seen it, so.
4997B as in boy?
Correct.
I'm just checking to make sure that I have seen.
I think that was because of cost went up. Yeah.
Okay.
That's B, as in boy?
Yes, B
Yeah,
as in boy.
that's because of the cost went up.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, okay, so that was item 3, AP Spanish language for the new AP teacher. There's a correction in what the estimated cost is. So I assume the cost listed will be accurate.
Okay.
We'll just pause a second. June 16th is graduation. Is that correct, Liana? Great. I think I said that, but Liana knows correct. It's the 16th.
Yeah, just a quick note, West Orange School District kind of controls the rink, so we're at their beckoning. So They choose their dates first, and then we come. I mean, in a perfect world, we would align our last day of high school with graduation. That's what we would want, but that's usually what West Orange does. Correct.
Any other discussion on this consent agenda? Board Member Higgins, ask all you want. Don't feel bad.
Okay. On 4997D, I was just curious with the data cabling and then the Minuteman versus Safe Entry 911 informed. So let me back up. Those two things just sort of caught my eye of with the data cabling. I remember in June, we voted an estimated 250,000. And then now we're seeing the contract of 119,000. So that's where this is on our way to that 250,000. Okay, thank you.
And they're one of our providers for security cameras and the wiring. You just noted
Okay.
they do a few different technology
Okay.
jobs in the district.
And then if we did hit that 250,000, there would be another vote to approve that?
Another resolution.
Okay, got it. Then just same thing, the Minuteman Security Technologies, and then I know we're bringing in Safe Entry 911 informed. How do those two work together as far as security goes? Is one people and one is cameras? I'm just not familiar.
Here he is.
Oh, there
He's
he
coming
is.
right to the mic.
Thank you, Keith.
For Minuteman Securities, they are the company that does our security cameras. So the elementary schools have age security cameras that we're replacing. So that's the labor cost along with the back-end infrastructure to support those cameras. Some of it includes structured cabling for wiring. So that wouldn't be covered under some of the other services that you voted on earlier. That's dedicated just for the security cameras. 911 Inform was more for the visitor management system. That did not have anything to do with this, and Mr. Morgan can provide additional context if needed, but there were two separate systems completely.
Thank you.
We're not voting on the visitor management system because it's under 53,000.
I'm going to get some clarity here. Ms. Renaud?
Yeah.
No, the cost for it was around $8,000, so no need to put it on the agenda.
Great. So under our purchasing guidelines, that is well under the amount that goes to the board.
And I know this is not in the resolution, but just if Mr. Bing can speak to the 911 system and the concerns that the community had raised around.
Because this is a response to the concerns about RAP.
Yeah, can you maybe just speak a minute about how this system addresses the community's concerns?
The classroom, the visitor management system. Right. So, well, Mr. Morgan.
You got out of it first.
You wrote a good 5-page memo about this.
Okay, Keith tried to save me, and here I guess my lucky day. So the 911 Inform system, Safe Entry, what we did to address the community concern is we asked the company to come develop a product where it's totally our system and our information. So every day they'll do like a data dump that becomes just ours. So no one else has access. It's not stored in the cloud. It's in the cloud while it's happening during the day. At the end of the day, it becomes our information stored on our hard drives, and no one else has access to it.
And I'll note that this has been a discussion item on the board for a number of months now, and I think all of administration has gotten awfully fed up. Everything is in the cloud. You can't not do cloud, and they've done tremendous work to actually find a vendor that is doing this local, which really addressed concerns that the community had, and so we greatly appreciate the efforts you put in here.
Thank you.
Yeah. And also, whoever signed me up for the Raptor mailing list, it's well played. It's very funny.
Wasn't us. Wasn't us.
Okay. Anything else from Mr. Morgan? Okay. Anything else generally? Board Member Higgins.
It's my last one, I promise. So in 4997S, I think this is a lease for Chromebooks. Let me just scroll down to it really quick. Yes, to Webster Public Finance Corporation. So over this year, we had Chromebooks. Is this additional Chromebooks? Are we replacing what is, okay, thank you.
They're a replacement cycle. Yeah. If you have well, some of you have elementary children, and you have commented on the shape of their Chromebooks. So yes, there's a replacement cycle that our technology team utilizes, and we've also taken in consideration how we are trying to detect at the lower level, so that's also been in consideration in regards to this bid.
So is this 2,200, is it the same? Is it more or less than last year? Like just roundabout? Roughly the same. Okay, thank you.
All right. Any more questions, Board Member Higgins or any other board member? Okay. Hearing none, I'm going to ask that Ms. Renaud, would you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Board Member Bennett?
Yes.
Board Member Brown?
Yes.
Board Member Callahan?
Yes.
Board Member Hengers?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Board Member Kapadia?
Yes.
Board President Meyer?
Yes.
Board Member Nair?
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable?
Yes.
Board Member Stefan?
Yes.
Motion's passed.
All right. And that concludes the action portion of the meeting. We will now begin our second hearing of individuals and delegates this evening. I wonder if someone would volunteer to take a look at that sheet and see if we have anyone signed up to speak. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. And I'm just going to triple check our online sign up as well. We do not have anyone there, so that will conclude our second hearing of individuals and delegations. Is there any new business this evening? Seeing none, the board will meet again in public session on Thursday, August 18, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. That is our board retreat to address our board goals. And hang on a second, because I don't even have down here, our next board meeting, anyone can help me out here. The monthly board meeting, see my phone crash, the 25th, August 25th at 6:30 p.m. where action will be taken. And it looks like we may be scheduling another August 27th. Wow. August 27th, and graduation is on June 16th. August 27th, we're going to have our next monthly board meeting, and we may be scheduling another interim board retreat date, and we will duly notice that in the town papers and on our website when that happens. With that, do I have a motion to adjourn? Board Member Kapadia. Do I have a second? This side now, Board Member Brown. All in favor, show of hands. Thank you. We are adjourned at 10:11 p.m. Have a wonderful evening.